What's going on, guys? We're here in Ultima Online again today, and we're going to be having a philosophical discussion this afternoon. One of the most important ones that needs to be had, in my opinion. And that is drawing a huge distinction between two different definitions of faith. Because that's what we have within Christianity, visible Christianity, that is, not biblical Christianity. Biblical Christianity only has one definition of faith, but the Christianity that we see in the world operates with two definitions of faith. That's what we're going to be talking about today. Real casual like. And we're going to be using a few different analogies to draw this distinction. Before we get into the actual distinction, though, between the two different definitions of faith, you know what? Let me do this. Let me turn the music off, and we're going to put on the lo-fi version. One second. Okay. Before we get into the actual distinctions, I want to talk about why they exist. Why do these two different definitions of faith exist? How is it possible? Shout out to the chat. Faith Alone, Sunny. Welcome in, guys. So, somewhere in 1 Corinthians, I don't know, maybe chapter 2, I don't remember exactly right now, but we've got the idea presented by Paul that spiritual truths cannot be discerned by the flesh. The things of the Spirit of God let me get the exact quote. Yeah, sorry. I haven't even finished my first coffee yet, but the actual biblical quote goes, the natural man cannot receive the things of the Spirit of God, for they are foolishness to him, nor can he know them, for they are spiritually discerned. Some people have even a misconception about that, because that itself is a spiritual truth. And so every spiritual truth, you have a spiritual, true understanding of it, and you have the flesh doing its best to understand a spiritual thing and failing version of the truth. Just the way it is. Because that distinction is drawn in that text we talked about just now. The natural man cannot receive the things of the Spirit of God, for they are foolishness to him. Foolishness not in the sense that it, like in incoherent, as in I cannot make a logical idea out of what you're saying. Sometimes it's that bad, but not always. You know, sometimes someone can clearly articulate the logical doctrines. But to know them and to receive them as truth, that's the distinction. Sure, you can logically articulate what it means in the flesh, at least sometimes. But it's foolishness to you in the sense that you don't believe it, right? And even worse than that. And so I said all that to say that the biblical definition of the spiritual idea of faith would be foolishness to someone who is in the natural state, right? The natural man cannot receive the things of God. They're foolishness to him. So the natural man cannot receive the biblical definition of what faith is. It's foolishness to him. He would hear the definition and say, that's dumb. That doesn't even make sense. How's that? Right? But you hear the arguments, and we'll go into those a little more. I'm sure we may even hear some. But let's take for our first analogy the thumbnail that I have for this video. Let's take that, the leap of faith, right? Like the leap of faith that the rogue scholar is about to take in the thumbnail. Is that what Christian faith is like? Like, what is it? Well, there would be two different scenarios where our character is running from a group of orcs up to a vast ledge that he has to jump, right? So, in the unbiblical, worldly definition of faith, we've got our character who has no idea what he's jumping into, right? He's jumping into darkness. He can't be certain. Perhaps he's heard that it's okay, but he hasn't experienced it. He doesn't know. But there's danger behind him, right? And in our metaphor, that's, God's judgment, I suppose. Or evil, the power of sin, even chasing someone down the ledge. And according to the provisionist Arminian gospel, you've got to be brave enough, right, to take this leap into the dark, into an unknown space. And if you're brave enough to take this leap, then you're rewarded. Right? You're rewarded with the safety of landing in a safe place, right? You're rewarded with salvation from what you were running from. And that, of course, is a completely different philosophical concept. It's a completely different category than what biblical faith is, because that's like a form of courage, right? Or bravery. And so cowards don't get saved, right? So God doesn't save any cowards. No cowards go to heaven because they're not brave enough. That's the point in boasting. If it's not intellect, if it's not wisdom, if it's not what family you were brought up in, like, they deny all of those examples of boasting that we might present to them, like, oh, you could boast for this or that or this, right? But I wonder if they would be able to go so far as to deny their inward boasting of courage, right? The courage to do the thing that you can't be certain of the outcome of, like taking a leap into the dark. You were brave enough to do that. Now, real biblical faith instead would look something more like in the scenario of the character running up to a ledge. It would be more like our rogue scholar is running down the hall from these orcs, running up to the ledge, and then God in heaven grants him a spiritual certainty that on the other side of the ledge there's a platform that he can reach. It's there, and that he's certain of it, right? Absolutely certain of it. There's no question in his mind whatsoever. There's no bravery required. It's, as a matter of fact, it's a relief to be coming up on the ledge, because he is absolutely certain that there is a platform to land on down there. And so he leaps confidently and lands and continues to run, right? And never had a question that he would do that. And it's obvious in the scene that was his mentality, right? Are you getting the difference? Because there's an element that's different. What was the element that's different in the second scenario? God intervening into the situation, right? And it was that certainty granted by God that allowed for him to take the leap. If you don't know what's on the other side and all you see is a dark pit and you just jump because you're that brave, what's that? That's stupid, right? That's not faith. That's just dumb, right? You have a very low chance of succeeding in a situation like that where you're just leaping into the dark, right? And what's the likelihood, if you're looking at it from the perspective of the world, who has all of these religions and all of these different holes that you could possibly jump into, and you cannot see the end in any of them, and someone's trying to tell you that the hole that they jumped into will save you, or pick this hole and jump into it, and you're like, well, I can't see, and so what if a Muslim has a better war cry of motivation to be brave? You know what I mean? What if a whatever, I don't know why I can't think very good this morning, but anyone of any religion other than Christianity, what if they have a sounding horn that motivates someone to take the leap of courage? And that's what they think faith is, right? And faith is just this courage to do the unknown thing, and hope for the best. Like, here's another analogy, like get a new job in a new state, and you would have to move, and you're not sure what to do, It's not guaranteed that it's going to work out. And your friend says, well, you just got to have faith. What's that mean? That means you have to be brave, and you just have to hope for the best, and you just have to do it because YOLO, right? You only live once. Just go do it anyway, even if you feel this way. That is not faith. That is a point that you can boast on. But so real biblical faith removes this human ability element, right? Your ability to be brave and to be courageous and do the thing that you can't be certain of the outcome, right? That human element that would make doing such a thing possible. Real, true biblical faith, justifying faith, what we are justified by, is not that. Right? You can boast in that. If faith is bravery, then you can say, I am justified on account of being brave. My bravery brought me to salvation. And many people listen to this discussion and they hear, like, we don't talk about it at a deep enough philosophical level, in my opinion, because a lot of people think that it's two sides talking about two ways to get to the same thing. But that's not what it is. It's not that, right? It's not we're both talking about the same thing, like two Christians, for example, provisionist and a Calvinist. We're not both talking about the same thing. That's a very expensive aspect core. That's really cool. As in, Calvinists are saying faith is a gift from God, and provisionists are saying faith is a choice. And they're talking about the same things, but they're not actually, because in the provisionist system, you're not making a choice to come to a place of inward confidence, right? You're making a choice to do something whether you are inwardly confident or not, right? Like, for example, another analogy, like someone being brave or courageous at talking to members of the other sex, right? Like looking for a mate or going out and asking someone on a date or something like that, or starting a conversation with a woman, right? So some people have a high level of confidence in doing that, and some people have a low level of confidence doing that, right? But you can still do it with a low level of confidence, right? And that's bravery. And that's non-biblical faith. And so you can't choose to make yourself confident with women, right? You can choose to put yourself out there whether you are confident or not, right? But you can't choose to make yourself inwardly confident. And so use that same analogy, except we're talking about on a spiritual level here. Much deeper than just the fleshly level of the kind of confidence we're talking about. And so how are you going to choose to make yourself spiritually confident on the inside? Right? But of course, again, that would sound like foolishness to anyone who is in the flesh. Just talking nonsense. And it's not very complicated. It's really not. We could probably come up with 20 different analogies, but they all have the same idea. The flesh can't help it but to think that way about faith. I talk about this all the time. It's the flesh's best attempt to mimic the spirit, to if I was the spirit, what would I do? Because you're afraid or something. Someone has convinced you to be afraid of hell, and now you're afraid. And so you're like, but, right, you're seeking to be justified by the law, though, inwardly. You don't, God hasn't granted you faith, so you don't understand what faith is. You're still looking for a way to be justified through the law. Right, and so even faith becomes a law. Right, you're like, oh, so what law was it that I passed? Or that I need to pass? And so they've got people out there who can believe that they're justified because they made a choice to say that they believe even though they don't believe. Right? Basically just lie. Make a choice to lie to God, and if you do that, you'll be rewarded with salvation. Like God rewards lies now. I need to sell this chromatic core. I need to look at something really quick. I sold one last night for like $40,000. Yeah. I was just making sure that was the right item I was thinking of. So I bought myself a little vendor shop over here where I can sell things to other players. It's in this public house right here. I pay somebody like $17,000 a week for this merchant right here. Oh, it looks like I sold a bunch of stuff. Look, I got $56,000 sitting in here. And here's a 40K chromatic core. Go ahead and collect this gold. Oh, I forgot you. I don't need to use commas. Okay, so 56K just deposited in my bank box. I've got all that stuff by just pilfering monsters in the high gold dungeon. Go check out my balance so we have a point of reference for the rest of the video. 168. Our golden bank 167. only have 1,000 gold between my other characters. That's funny. 167,000, so about 168,000 on him. So we're going to go back to the high gold dungeon of the week. I'll show you what I mean by that. So there's a little map over here, and it tells you these things rotate for these dungeons. The sanctuary dungeon, which means it's safe from like players who can steal from you or hurt you. I don't really know what the challenger dungeon means. May have to look that up sometime. But this one has 25% faster respawn, so monsters respawn there faster. Plus 15% gold loot at Shadowspire Cathedral. That's where we've been going. That lasts for 8 more hours. So in 8 hours, the dungeons will swap. And we'll be going to a different dungeon for gold. I don't know where, obviously. But we'll see. There's Nucero. Right now there's one that gives... Nucero gives plus 20% experience if you go there. So that place is usually pretty packed right now. I think a lot of people go to the experience dungeon instead of the gold dungeon. But you know, it just depends on what you need. Who we got out there? Trevor? Hey, how's it going? Yeah, exactly. As if, yeah, that's a good point, Sonny. That's another great analogy for the positive side, which is, right, was it bravery that led Lazarus to wake up from death? Was he just brave enough to make the choice to come to life? That makes no sense, right? And so when you have a biblical understanding of faith, that analogy just knocks you right in the head, you know? Because obviously, yeah, no, Lazarus had to be brought to life by Jesus, or else he would have just laid there and continued to be dead, right? There's no choice. There's no bravery. There's no capacity for bravery when you're dead, right? That's the idea. Except, of course, we're talking about spiritual death here. The idea that everyone who is in the natural state is in a state of spiritual deadness and needs to be resurrected to spiritual life and given faith. And so, of course, that too is foolishness to the natural man. Like, what are you talking about? I'm dead. What are you, stupid? You're talking to me. I'm standing here. How can I be dead? I'm experiencing reality. You know? What do you mean it's just spiritual death? That's just a cop-out so that you don't have to explain how it's real death. Actually, the Bible does explain how it's real death spiritually. In Romans chapter 3, Paul lays it out as clearly as anywhere else. It's like a compilation. It's like a, what do you call it? It's like a collage. Romans 3 is like a collage of passages from all over the Old Testament, especially Psalms and Proverbs and some other places, all thrown together with Paul's like philosophical presentation to slam the charge down on mankind. All have turned aside, right? No man does good, no, not one. None seek God. All of that language. But yeah, we're just chilling. Like I said, it's a simple conversation. There's not much to it. It's the same thing as always. You don't have a place to boast. God justifies the ungodly by granting them faith. Please don't lightning bolt me again. Man, I'm getting better at this thieving stuff. By the way, I only steal from monsters, guys. I'm not stealing from players here. I mean, I guess it's taking some of the gold off of the monster, and so the player won't get it, but I mean, I don't think that's quite the same. Maybe we should run downstairs, see what's going on down there. Looks like the top is empty for now. Mostly. Man, why do I keep failing? I failed too many times on this trip. Wow, that's like 3 in a row failures. Let's see if we have any better luck down here with some even higher level enemies. Just gotta have faith, right? Not the same thing. Like, let's say, I'll tell you another example. Man, failures left and right. I'll give you another example. Like when a dad chooses to like have faith in his son and trust him with the truck, and give him the keys to the truck, and it requires I guess you could say a certain level of bravery, but right, because on the inside, this father is uncertain. He feels nervous about it. He's not sure how it's going to go, but he knows that he needs to do this for his son, so that his son can, even if he does mess up, learn. And then, one day just getting in a truck and taking off is going to be like second nature to him. You know what I mean? You see what I'm saying? Do you see the difference? That's what the vast majority of even Christians today, because the world has given them this definition of faith, and they can't tell the difference anyway, so they just take it. They think it's like that they are brave enough to give Christ the keys to their truck, like their son, you know? Like, I'm not sure how it's going to go. Not sure how good of a driver you are. I couldn't possibly know that. Right? So, I'm going to give you the keys, and my life is in your hands. I'm so brave. I'm so brave to let Jesus have the keys of my life and give them into his hands. Right? That's not faith. That's the flesh's best attempt at being faithful, like describing what faithfulness means, like, because you heard that if you were faithful you'd be rewarded by God with heaven instead of hell. So okay, sure, I don't know how it's going to turn out, but all right, I'll say that I'm handing Jesus the keys to my life, but there were no keys, right? Where are the keys? Are you actually handing them to Christ? No, you're just saying that out loud and saying it around a group of people who's encouraging you to say that you're giving him the keys. And they're like, oh yeah, he gave him the keys, yay. You know, and then you feel some type of way about it. And then that just kind of slowly fades off, right? You get this big endorphin high off of having said that you give Jesus your keys, even though you never really gave Jesus anything. You just said it, right? Jesus, I give you the keys of my life. And Jesus is like, no, you're standing there on earth, and I'm standing here. You did not hand me anything. That's the whole, not to talk bad about somebody who was probably, assassinated by like the government and stuff, but that's like Charlie Kirk's gospel. Give your life to Christ, right? The keys to your life. That's that analogy, and that's that really common. That's the gospel that I'm not saying Charlie Kirk wasn't a Christian. You don't have to not be a Christian to have a gospel that lacks a certain level of theological accuracy. You know what I mean? Just because your gospel isn't theologically accurate doesn't mean you're not a Christian. And when I say your gospel, I mean, of course, the gospel presentation that comes out of your mouth. You may not necessarily be able to genuinely articulate the gospel that actually lives in your heart if you've been tricked with some kind of weird theology, So, back to my point about Charlie Kirk and his gospel. That's the best gospel that the right-wing conservative crowd would allow to use Charlie and those like him to draw in the Christian crowd and get the Christians to really submit to Trump on that, right? And then, but once you get them and you have plans that said Christian would not agree with, the guy who helped you get all these people would have been flaming Trump. Every 30 minutes he would have been posting a video about how we need to be getting out of Iran and to stop the war. because he was very adamant against it. He was in the White House. Obsessing over telling people to stop Trump from going to war with Iran. Jesus loves you. Give him a 60-day free trial. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, 1,000 gold. I got 1,000 gold from that one. That was nice. I don't know what it is about this playstyle, but I really enjoy it. The PVM thief. I'm just walking around pilfering from these very high level creatures that would kill me. Like, oh man, this horned devil right here would kill me so fast, man. Or just take 578 gold right out of his pocket and keep right on moving. Alright, see you later, horned devil. Have fun. It's a weird cathedral in here. This is Shadow Spire Cathedral. It's this might as well be the inhabitants of cathedrals with all the idolatry that goes on in them. Got to be careful. These guys are very dangerous. Another 1,000 off of that one. That's awesome. Bro, that's how you get rich the easy way, dude. I'm not using bandages. Well, that much. I'm not using that many potions, so it doesn't cost me that much per run, you know? I'm just coming down here, staying invisible the whole time. Unless I fail, then I run. I don't need good gear. All I need is my skills. Another 600. Oh, let's get out of here. So that thing has some gold on it. Looks like somebody must have had to run away and not loot that thing, but the corpse has gone gray now. So it's okay for me to loot from it. Ooh, 1,500 gold. Not bad. Spectral Pontiff. That's messed up. I didn't have enough time. The timer is so long, man. God, don't. Man. Just from being close, I died like that. I'm so far down here, too. That's really unfortunate. Got a long way to walk, guys. Hopefully they don't take my stuff before I get there. And we're going to have to stealth too, because this hallway is not clear right now. I should not have got so close to that volcanic familiar while he was in combat. That's what killed me. Because he's got this AoE that's like constantly dripping off of him, I think. And that killed me. Bunch of bull crappy-o. It's all good. Lesser Paragon. I would try to pickpocket it, but I don't have my fortune aspect on, so it would be pointless. Which is more biblical, the one who knows when they were born again, or the one who does not know when? Especially in light of John 3, 1 through 8, people. Oh, yeah. Well, that doesn't say that you won't know when it happens. It says that you don't know where it comes from and you don't know where it's going. But certainly not that there's no effect. Because I mean, I can't tell you like the date or whatever of when I was born again, but I know when it happened. Because I mean, there was just a really big distinction was evident. At that moment, I remember the very instant I was born again. The instant, much less, I don't remember the date, but in my mind, I can remember the instant that I was born again. So I don't know about that part. Now, of course, I was born again when I was 33 years old. And so, a lot of people that are raised in the church, though, think that they were born again. And they're going into life believing that they were just always born again. And it's not true. And they actually need to be born again. That happens sometimes. You know, people are just like, of course I'm a Christian. I've always been a Christian my whole life, ever since I was born. Weren't you ever born again? So if you were born as a religious Christian, then you need to be born again as a real Christian. I don't know if my stuff is even down here. Am I getting close to where I was? Did somebody take from my corpse? I haven't seen it yet. Ay, ay, ay. Bro. Oh, there's my corpse. Man, I really was deep in this place, man. Alright, let me turn that off. Nice. I had all my gold still. $10 from Trevor. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. I've noticed on this server more than some other private servers I've played, even though it's like a Felucia server everywhere, meaning, oh goodness gracious, don't die again, please. Meaning you can like steal from people, you can rob them, you can kill them, you can become a straight up red named murderer. But on this server, people don't loot your corpse as often. People leave your corpse alone very often on this server. I played another server, UO Sagas, where it's just cutthroat. Just absolutely cutthroat. I don't like all that pressure. But, you know. I don't know why someone wouldn't remember when they were born again. But of course, a lot of my experience is wrapped up in that answer. My experience is also why I have a hard time affirming provisionists who hate the doctrines of grace. Because some people tell me they had that experience, even Calvinists. But they had the experience that they at one point hated and argued against the doctrines of grace as hatefully as any of these people, and were eventually slowly convinced of them. And that's not my experience. I can't relate to that. I immediately received them with great joy. Never had a moment of anger or unbelief in them from the first moment I ever heard that since the first moment I ever heard the idea of it. I was immediately receiving it as true. I was believing it as I was hearing it. And so people were sitting there being hateful toward these very clear biblical doctrines. I can't relate. I can't relate to like being that, thinking that way in a born again state. And so it's hard for me to affirm those kind of people because I know what my experience was. And I know just how I immediately loved the doctrines of grace. Just they were the love of my life immediately, as they were being spoken. With the first sentence I heard that contained even a hint of the doctrines of grace, I believed it and I loved it. So it's hard for me to relate to that mindset. Come on, man. We have to play hopscotch. Okay. Made another 9K there. What is this, a check? Oh, a check for 47K. So now what's our balance? 178. This guy's the money maker, man. He just goes around and makes money like it's nobody's business. I forgot to put this arcane scroll up. Trevor said, I have 2 converts in our church. One has 0 issues and the other is fighting and leaning towards provisionism instead. It's sad, but hopefully they will grow out of it. Fail a lot. I fail a lot for someone who has 100 stealing. I think you can hate the DOG before you actually understand them. Find it hard to believe that Flowers ever understood them. Yeah, me too. Yeah, I definitely, I definitely think it could be possible to an extent. To an extent. I don't think that you can hate them all the way. You know what I mean? You might be able to hate a mental version of them that's inaccurate. You know what I mean? Like if you have your own mental version of it that's inaccurate, you're not actually coming to an understanding of what the doctrine really is presenting, then yeah, maybe you could hate it by name with a false definition. But I just don't. Maybe you can. I don't know. I wouldn't think that you could genuinely hate the doctrines of grace and truly be said to be born again. It's just not how the Bible never suggests that would be the Spirit's reaction to God's truths once alive. And my experience matches that. And so the only thing that it really culminates in, though, is just that, because I don't know, people get some kind of high off of like determining whether they can affirm someone as a brother or not. Who cares? If they say something wrong, just correct what they said wrong. Like, who cares if you think that you can affirm them as a brother or not? Who are you? You know what I mean? And so I used to kind of participate in that conversation a little bit, but I think as I've gotten a little more understanding, I don't care to have it. Like about, hey, people ask me all the time, hey, do you affirm Leighton Flowers as a brother? I mean, I doubt that's part of the conversation about hating the doctrines of grace. I very highly doubt that he was born again. I would tell him that he needs the gospel because he doesn't believe the gospel. But at the same time, I wouldn't make that black and white statement about any provisionist, because people ask me about, you know what I mean? Like, do you think that every provisionist? No, not necessarily. You can't make it black and white because you don't know their heart and you don't know what they truly hate. What is it that they truly hate? Right? Do they have a mental image of God in their head committing SA against them and giving them faith in that way? Like, penetrating them and forcing faith into them, like making them pregnant with faith against their will? Is that what they hate? If that's what they have in their mind, then they don't hate a biblical doctrine by hating that in their mind. You know what I'm saying? They hate something that they made up, or some idiot convinced them we were talking about. But the deception is on in full, guys. It's not like it's light mode. It's full. It's expert mode deception going on right now. Already made 5K on this run. Haven't even been downstairs. Wonder if we sold that chromatic core while we were gone. It's a high volume item. We sure did sell it. So let's see what our balance is back to now. Nice. 223, climbing fast. Man, I really like this rogue character. I didn't know that a PVM rogue could be so fun on Outlands. But you guys just watch me make 100K. Really fast. Sorry, guys, had to take a little break there. My son's home from school today. Got something in his eye. Don't rub it like that, buddy. Be right back. I'm back. So I made a community post yesterday about starting a new response production. Not a huge thing, but against Leighton Flowers' video about John MacArthur teaching provisionist doctrines. And it goes back to the same presupposition we've been discussing in this video. When you look at the word faith and you just naturally see bravery, courage, then that's just the way that you interpret it, and you can't see it any other way. That's what it is to you. Like for Leighton Flowers, that's just what faith is to him. You can't force a biblical definition of faith into Leighton's mind. It just is what it is to him, and it will never be anything other than that unless God forces a biblical definition of faith into his mind. Just like he did to you, just like he did to me. Let's go back downstairs and get some, do some hard pickpockets. Because on those ones where I can get 1,000 gold, I can also get a very rare item drops on those pilfers. And, ooh, what is that? 800 gold? Another 800 gold? Cool. Wow, this dude just died right there in front of me. I'm gonna leave his corpse alone, of course. Oh, I need to activate my fortune. How long have I had that? How long have I been without that? Not a lot I can do to help the guy, because, you know, I got all rogue skills. But he just came running through there, though, didn't he? Gotta be careful here, man. Things are tough. Go back downstairs and try to find some really high-level stuff to pickpocket. I'm not going to use this game for my production response. I'll load something else. I might load up I don't know what. I haven't made my mind up yet. Oh no. Very rare black goods? Oh wow. Yep, it's time to leave right now. Very rare black goods. That's one step below legendary, I think. Maybe two. But that thing is worth a lot of money. That thing is worth a lot of gold. Like an incredible amount of gold. We have to go take it now to the Thieves Guild. That was such a lucky pull. Yep, we're going to stealth our way all the way out of here and not touch one more thing. I don't care if the pilfer looks easy. We're just going to walk right out of here with this. Very slowly. Come on, man. Get to the gate. Why is this guy to make it hard for me? Alright. Oh my goodness. I wonder how much this is. I looked at the chart the other day. These black goods, the very rare is just, you have such a slim chance of getting it. And, alright, it's in my bank. Now let's go down here. We're about to find out how much money we get for that very rare black goods. Those very rare black goods, perhaps. Okay, so legendary, extremely rare, very rare. This is the category we got. Okay, it's not as much as I thought, but 5K though, an extra 5K maybe, or something else. But weekly scarcity for the item I got is 9%, so pretty small. Okay. I got an extra 5K for that. Okay, let's go look at our total balance after all that. We were at what, 220? I don't remember what we were at earlier. $234. I think in my head I thought that those very rare goods were worth more than that, but 5K is still awesome. But still, don't want to risk losing that. Somebody just died up there. I don't know how many people do what I'm going to do with my mastery chain, but I can increase the amount of gold I get even more with that. And I'm just going to dump everything into gold on this guy, gold production. I'm never going to do anything other than go around to whatever the gold bonus dungeon of the week is and just pickpocket all the monsters there. This guy's never going to fight anything. I'm going to do that until I have a whole lot of gold, and then I'm going to use that gold to build all kinds of different characters and see which are the most fun. Whoop, get out, get out. Good thing my aggro range is maxed out because of this Thieves Codex, so usually this guy should have aggroed on me as soon as I got right there, but because of this, overlooked. Reduce aggro range of creatures towards you by 3 tiles. looked like I was about to die, so I had to make an executive decision and get out of there. Sorry guys, I moved back and forth for just a little bit, but I'll be back in just a minute, and I can see the questions, so I can always jump back and answer something, but I need to take care of something real quick. I'll be right back. This other character you see sitting here, hey OG, Sonny, I'm glad you enjoy the music. This is actually from a YouTube creator called Loot Goblin. He plays UO. Loot Goblin Lo-Fi. That's where the music comes from. 10 hours of Ultima Online Lo-Fi. He made it himself, based on the Ultima Online soundtrack. This other character you see here is my other character, Wolfric Averhard. And he's a paladin. And he is actually about mm, 250 experience points behind now, this character. Only since we left that dungeon is he behind this character. He's level 4 in his aspect, which is holy aspect. And I have another character actually that's a necromancer. But this paladin and the necromancer, I didn't really play the game correctly. And so their build is all off. I don't know how to play it well. It's like when you start in Ultima Online, especially on a server like this that has years of history and players who've been playing for years, well, some of those players who've been playing for years have created guilds. And these guilds are, you know, they have ranks of players and they recruit people all the time. They have so much money, it's just ridiculous. And they can just hook you up with an aspect and hook you up with your codex and, you know, just different stuff. And I played before they introduced this new player quest system, which I used to get this guy started. And I've kind of gotten away from that now because you can't get experience for that through pilfering. You have to kill monsters to get experience for those quests. And I mean, I do that in the background at this safe dungeon while I'm at work. Like anytime I have downtime or something, I just kind of tab over and get XP for that in the safe dungeon. And then when we're chilling in that place that I was doing it at originally, when I had to do it. Anyway, I got way off topic just now. I joined these 2 different guilds, and I didn't realize really how it worked. You know, there may be some guilds that are cool, but the guilds I joined, they basically try to recruit people for numbers and for fodder, and some of them are just not very nice, and your gameplay becomes very controlled because you just do whatever the guild does, and then, like, you know, they set you up and tell you, you know, like what to do with your character and stuff. And I did that with 2 characters, and I didn't care about them, and I don't really know how to play them I don't know how to play this paladin correctly at his level, at level 4, and so I just die all the time, and I don't know how to do it. And this character, this rogue I've been playing, though, I built him myself to level 4, to tier 4 of his aspect, doing everything myself, and sticking to myself, and it's been a lot more fun. And I'm just going to see, the thing about this game is it's really hard, first of all, and second of all, it's really difficult to, like, see, you have this mindset in video games where you're like, okay, I need to go get the best possible gear. As soon as I have enough money to get the best possible gear, that's what I do. I get the best possible gear, and then I take that gear, and then I go kill the highest level possible monsters that I can with it. And in Ultima Online, if you do that, then you are about to lose all of your gold that you have. You're going to be back down to 0, and you will have nothing. You'll have no gear, and you'll have no gold to buy any new gear with. Because you're going to take that stuff down to a dungeon. You're not going to be prepared, and a group of 5, a group of like bandits, like real players with red names, murderers, will come into the dungeon and find you, kill you, take that really expensive gear, and it's just gonna happen, and there's no way around it. You have to learn that you have to build up a bank, and you have to build up like if you're going to play a warrior character, you have to have like 5 bags of the armor that you want to use, so that you can just, when you die, you can just rotate it out and jump right back in. It doesn't matter. You didn't lose all your money. You didn't lose the best gear that you can have. You know what I mean? And then you slowly build up like that, and you don't go out with really, really, really good gear until you have 3 or 4 sets of that really, really good gear, so that it doesn't really matter that much. And so that, like, if you do succeed, and that's another thing that guilds are good for, one thing that they are good for is that when you go out with a guild and you have really good gear, it's very, very low chance you're going to lose anything, because there's a bunch of people there to protect you, make sure you get your stuff. Now, a rogue character like this, working by himself, has a good chance of survival. The stealth mode is obviously a big factor in that. And the fact that I don't actually have to attack anything to make money or to level up my aspect, because I did have fun with those characters at first, but I didn't naturally progress them the way that I'm doing this rogue and learning the mechanics of, the class. And there's still some things that I need to pick up that I haven't even tried yet. Like, I need to get smoke bombs, and I need to start using adventurer's rope. I guess right now I'm just kind of really trying to make the rogue mechanics second nature, so that it's really easy to get through these. And I'm learning this dungeon. Anyway, I think if you're going to join a guild, you don't want to do it as a brand new player. You want to establish yourself on the server first, so that you have something to truly offer the guild, and that way you're not expendable, and that way you're not your gameplay isn't controlled. You have some, autonomy in your position. Or just play by yourself. That's what you guys know me. I don't really like to be around a bunch of people anyway, so I'm good with this style. I'm having so much fun with this character. Some people might find this playstyle to be boring. I guess I could see why they would find it to be that, but I don't. It might be boring if you succeeded all the time. Somebody's trying to hide right there. I don't think I need to become involved in that area. There's too much going on. Let's walk this. Oh, come on, don't. Ariel. What game is this? Also, it is genuinely a great idea to talk about faith in Jesus while playing a game. Thanks. Yeah, I think so too. And this is Ultima Online on the Outlands private server. Well, I mean, it's public, but it's private in relation to the original game creators. They don't have that anymore. At least I don't think so. Like the original servers. So I'm trying to search the vendor market right now to see how much I should sell some research materials for, but I'm having trouble loading it. There's a lot to this game. This game is definitely for super nerds. Oh wow, those are expensive. Okay, cool. So I'm probably going to try to sell both of these for 60K. I'm going to take these up to my vendor really quick. I only take one item at a time to be safe. I don't know, that might be kind of lame, but this guy's walking around without a horse. That's sus. Okay, so research materials. I don't know if that's going to come across the way I want it to or not, so I'm just going to do one for 30K. And do another for 30K. I'm not sure about how to do specific things on vendors yet. Well, hopefully I'll make 60K off those. That's less than the going market price right now, which is like 33K a piece. So I'll undercut the market and sell those real quick as possible. That guy's name is Limp Bizkit. That's funny. We're at 245K. Moving right along. I don't know, man. It's a little dangerous over here. How often am I online? Pretty frequently. Just depends. You know, I have a full-time job, and I have children. So, not every day, but pretty frequently. Sometimes multiple times a week. Hey, Reformed Salt, what's up? I've been live now for, I guess, about 2 hours. I just got myself killed, I think. Let's try not to. Okay. Man, you have to be so careful pilfering. And I don't know why I keep failing on this creature. She must be very high level, because she's failed me twice. I guess there's some kind of guild down here right now. Let's get away from there before somebody decides they want to reveal me. They do that if they bump into you. They can tell someone's invisible right there. Don't know if I've stolen from this one yet. I have not. In and out, baby. Man, I love stealth mode. It's so cool. Those things just all spawned around me. The fact that I made it out of that alive is good. I don't think I would have made it out of alive like 2 days ago. I definitely would have died right there. But we kept cool. Man, he's too far away. We were just talking about the distinction between two different types of understanding of faith at the beginning. And yeah, it's going to be a good video. The one that I'm working on in response to the JMac video. It's going to be a good one. That's going good. Just kind of taking a break from that today. This afternoon, I mean. While we do this stream. We're just kind of hanging out, man. At the beginning, I was more targeted. I gave a few analogies to help draw the distinction between the two different philosophical viewpoints on what faith actually is, the mechanics of it, you know. Mostly, oh, why did I do that? I knew I was going to do that one day. It's a Friday afternoon. Most people are at work. I should be at work right now, but I had something go on this morning, and my son's home. He's resting. We usually have more people at night, but table's open for any questions, any brain busters. I haven't done a whole lot of targeted lives. We've been doing a lot of like chill lives, you know. Could have swore I saw some gold just a second ago on one of these corpses. Maybe not. I do not know where these portals are supposed to go to. But I hesitate to enter them. Well, I just died. I don't know what prevented me from moving there. I should be able to get back to my body pretty quick, though. It's okay. 2 questions. What do you think is the greatest single threat to the faith today? I might need you to explain what you mean by that question, because there can be no threat to faith. I mean, the only threat that there can be to faith in a just community in general is a lack of the gospel, since that's what God grants faith through, but and so I think then that would be my answer. Just a lack of the gospel in general would be the greatest threat to faith, since that is God's chosen method to grant faith, through hearing the gospel. Rome/EO, Eastern Orthodox, fully outside of the faith and apostate, or within just with it? Well, so you can't put it black and white on the person, because you don't know their heart. You don't know, you don't know what gospel is in their heart, and so on a personal level, you can't put a black and white on it, though you might be able to more easily put black and white on the teachers of those doctrines, because when they set themselves up as teachers, they become something else entirely, a whole new category, because a false teacher, that's something else. A false teacher is different than someone who's naive and has been taught poor theology, but when you break them down to the bottom layer of the onion, they have a genuine gospel in their heart. That's a different story, and you can't see that. But hey, you can break people down and you can get them to that point where they have no choice but to describe their salvation at its most fundamental level in one way or the other, and then you can find out what's in their heart. But you can't put a black and white on it unless they are a teacher. Then you can put a black and white on it. Sorry, you're surrounded by the scriptures, you're surrounded by theological conversation day in and day out, and you don't come to the conclusion of sound doctrine. Sorry, that makes you a wolf. That makes you a false teacher, because you've set yourself up as a teacher when God hasn't called you to be that, obviously, since you're teaching unsound doctrine, right? I mean, someone else has, of their own will, set themselves up as a teacher. God did not call them to that. So that's when you can draw a more solid line. But it's not important to determine whether your neighbor is your brother necessarily on a level of like visible to invisible, is what I mean. Like, you can't ever really know someone's heart. And so all you can really do is, if you hear something unsound, you correct it with a sound doctrine, and regardless of whether they're your brother or not your brother, So oh, I didn't activate my But but the institution, the only way you would ever be saved would be in spite of those doctrines, just like because they happened to read a Bible verse that had the gospel in it out loud, and that Bible verse had the power of God for salvation in it, and God got through to someone's spirit in spite of the person who was teaching, rather than through their teaching. Just because he happened to say the right Bible verse at the right time for that person's salvation. You see what I'm saying? It could happen. Sure it does. Yeah. And those who are true Christians, even if they on the surface believe the doctrine they've been presented, if you break them down far enough, they'll describe their actual salvation accurately according to the Bible, and then they'll just live in that, deer in the headlights for a moment, and they may come out of it or they may not. But you know what I'm talking about, especially with Arminians. When you break them down, and they're you can break them down all the way, and they're like, yeah, God saved me when I was dead in my sins. God just ultimately, that it was the Holy Spirit that came to them in the moment that they heard the gospel. The Holy Spirit came to them and brought them to spiritual life. They just imagined that they could have chosen for that event to have gone otherwise. They just imagine that, and they have a very vivid imagination. I'll give them that. And they imagine that other people are not experiencing that event because of the way that they chose for that event to go. And again, very vivid imagination. But the point is, the gospel is in the heart of many of them. Whether their brain can articulate it with any biblical accuracy or not is a different story. And so those people ought to just be quiet. You know what I mean? I think my guy looks pretty cool in the fortune armor. Those people should just be quiet. They're doing more harm than good. Especially the ones that absolutely insist on, like, the provisionist theology and Arminian theology with prevenient grace, and they insist on just constantly teaching that against sound doctrine. You're doing more harm than good. You don't understand. You might as well just... You would be much better off just going around giving the most basic presentation of Christ crucified. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. That's definitely a very good thing. But I'm saying, instead of, those people that can't get away from it, I wish they would just be quiet. But if they have to say anything, just go talk about Christ crucified and make sure the emphasis is on the fact that it was a payment for sin. If you do that, you're good. But I wish they would just be quiet, because there's no poor theology just hurts. It doesn't help. It doesn't help anything. These guys are probably, I thought this was a plus 15% gold dungeon this week. Everything's missing 500 to 1,000 gold. Wow, they kill stuff fast. He's a bard archer, so he's got animals that he has tamed. That's what bards do in this game. Well, I don't guess a tamer tames animals, but usually you mix the two, because bards have these musical abilities that can calm creatures and cause them to attack each other. Stuff like that. And so when you combine the taming of creatures and the musical calming effects, they're kind of synergistic. So usually you combine them. And then some people will be like warrior tamers, bards, then some archers, and then some people will be like a straight wizard tamer. But I mean, wizards have summons, so that's why it's kind of more open for you to be something else as a bard. My uncle had a wizard bard who was really cool back in the day. A wizard bard tamer. I just stepped right out of the way of that in time. I would have really hurt. Please come back. J. Dyer Orbiters on YouTube recently. It's amazing how easily people are swayed by low-tier philosophical language that they don't even understand. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. Those people are getting exactly what they want. I didn't even know. Why did I even become visible? There was no reason for me to have become visible. Was I pretty near the bottom? I don't even remember where I was standing when that happened. That is so ridiculous. Why did I... Oh, I was on the right side near the bottom, wasn't I? I don't know why that happened. I don't know why I became visible. That's what sucks. If I knew why I became visible, I would feel much better about it. Fortunately, we got these guys running these hallways. Man, I guess this guy just happened to spawn. Now I gotta slowly sneak my way all the way down this hallway to my corpse and give somebody time to loot me. Alright, there's my body. Gotta get that 10K first. That's the most important thing. Gotta get that hammer second. That's the next most important thing. Everything else is replaceable. I mean, the hammer is replaceable, but not very easy. It's an expensive hammer. Alright, we got out of there, guys. Alright, let's get dressed. We still came back with 10K. Look at that big haul. And we didn't even attack anything, much less kill anything. Boots. I wish my potion bag was a cooler color. Whoever made it didn't dye it though. Sunny said Rogue has now adopted the sneaky streaker class. Yeah. Fortunately, it's usually pretty easy to get your corpse at the upper levels of that place. That is, if there's no reds around. If you die with reds around, then you've lost everything. But I've noticed most blues will just leave your corpse there and not touch it. That's not normal on other servers. To leave 10K laying on your corpse right next to that gate, especially a red gate, all somebody has to do is sit there and wait for the criminal effect to go down. Just grab your 10K, go through the gate, wait somewhere. Then they're blue again. Go deposit your gold. That's what people would usually do on other servers. I'm at 255. We've made well over 100K. Let's go check the vendor to see if those research materials sold. They sure did, both of them. Just like that. That's the good thing about having a merchant. I just so happened to find the only spot that was open over here for a vendor. It was laying on the ground, a vendor contract. There's no other spots open, and it's right next to town. There's literally one spot open, and I got it. And you just make so much money right there because people are constantly searching the vendor for stuff to buy, like the vendor market search. And if you're close to town, you know, obviously they don't have to go very far to find your stuff. Oh, this thief is just a money maker. He is insane. Look at all this money. Balance 315K. Man, we are just raking it in. And I still got all kinds of stuff over here I could sell in this bag. Skill things. Distillations for aspects. I could make another 60K out of those aspects. The master crafting diagrams, I could probably go put those on the market right now. Let me go see how much those are worth. Okay, those I could sell for about 8K a piece. I'll go do that. I mean, it's about 16K sitting there that could be in the form of gold. Oh yeah, it's really hard. It's really hard. You have to come back like fully ready for combat to get your stuff back if you can't sneak. Right, because you can't die again. If you go in there naked, you'll die in 2 seconds. But my secret is I already die in 2 seconds, whether I'm fully clothed or not. Nah, I mean, I got a little bit of time, depending on where I'm at. I'm going to play some mage characters. I'm going to play my paladin. I'm going to play some summoners. I'm going to play some archers. But before I do all that, I want to have this character with a lot of money to fall back on. Like, he can just bankroll all the characters I want to play. And I think that would be good, because then it would, make it much easier and less painful to level those other characters up. See you around, Reformed Salt. Have a good meeting. Yeah, I read your thing, Ariel. Your post, your comment. I just kind of want to point out that the idea that Jesus' death would atone for someone's sins, the idea that someone would turn from their sins to Christ, those are all theological ideas, right? So when you say regardless of their theological beliefs, those things are theological beliefs. Know what I'm saying? Now, of course, you can draw various distinctions in different kinds of theology, right? Those are specific soteriological theological beliefs. just depends. You have to take it on a case-by-case basis. Not only doctrine by doctrine, but person by person. Well, when you say Calvinism, I'm assuming you mean like Tulip, the doctrines of grace. And so it just depends, because if you believe that Christ paid for your sins on purpose, then that covers part of the doctrines of grace, right? That particular redemption. Whatever it's called doesn't matter. Like, whatever you name the doctrine doesn't matter. The heart of it, the explanation of it, which is the idea that Christ intentionally paid for a person's sins. Whether you call it limited atonement. The only reason you should ever call it limited atonement is in the context where someone's trying to say that the Christ atonement is unlimited. Right? If you were just building a biblical doctrine, you would never call it limited atonement until you had somebody to argue with that came up with an unbiblical idea. Now you have to think of a way to phrase it to contradict what they said. Right? It's the only reason we even call it limited atonement. It shouldn't be that. We name our doctrines based on the response to the most common false doctrines. It's okay. The deception is deep. It's at every level. The deception is deep right now. Can't get away from it. Unless, of course, God grants to you such a thing. So we have 5 more hours before Shadowspire Cathedral is no longer the gold bonus dungeon. And then for the next week we'll be going to a different dungeon. Don't know what that will be yet. It's not possible to paint a black and white for every person. To what degree do they hate the truth? That's important. And hey buddy. Yeah, so what's the intention behind, or like when you say, is someone saved, do you mean, are you trying to find evidence as to whether or not you can categorize someone as already having been born again or not, and why? Why do you need to put them in that category in your mind? Just pick up the cross and walk the narrow path, though. That sounds very... You may have something in your mind that you specifically mean by that, but to me it sounds ambiguous. What do you mean when you say pick up your cross? What are you doing? And when you walk the narrow path, like, what path is that? Is that just an ambiguous phrase? Or does it have an objective meaning? Follow in Jesus' footsteps. Do you live in Israel? That would be very interesting to be able to do that. That's my point. Right, you're being figurative, but there is no, there has to be, you're telling me that this is part of your salvation, though. And so how do you figuratively, there must be something to connect it to on the objective end, right? If you're using a figurative phrase, there must be something that you are expressing figuratively. What's the something, right? That's my point. You would just come up with another ambiguous phrase, possibly not. How do you follow in Jesus' footsteps figuratively? Like, what do you actually do to accomplish that? my potions would not work. Sometimes the game bugs out if you don't have your potion bag open. It won't actually use the potions. don't do the things that you want to do? What do you want to do? And what would you do otherwise? Right, what is it that you want to do in your heart? Can you be more specific? Like, what do you want to do right now? Specifically. Like, what action do you want to take that right now? Like, what selfish action do you want to take right now? And what are you doing instead? You said you think everyone can come to Christ. That's not true, actually. Jesus himself says no one can come to me. What do you want to spend your money on right now? No, I mean, I feel like we keep getting these really ambiguous responses, but nothing about like actual, like very specific. Like, what do you want to do with your money right now that's selfish? And what are you doing with it instead right now? That's not what I'm referring to, Ariel. That is true, that no one can come to the Father except through him. But that's not the phrase I'm referring to. What I'm referring to takes place in John chapter 6, when Jesus says, no one can come to me unless the Father who sent me draws him. No one knows the Father except the Son, and those whom the Son chooses to reveal him. Yeah. Yeah, everyone who looks to the Son. Now, why do they look to the Son? That passage doesn't say that. Or the other passage does. And all that the Father gives to me will come to me. Right? None that the Father gives to him will not come to him. All that the Father gives to him will come to him. I use magic resist more than anything else, honestly. Besides, all of that is okay, but Ariel, tell me, how will someone come to Christ if they don't believe in Christ? Doesn't sound like someone who doesn't believe in Christ could come to him. How do you come to someone you don't believe in? They did. They did already sell. And I've got like 355K sitting in the bank right now. I've got quite a bit of money in the bank. I'm exuberantly rich. No, I'm really not. Doing pretty good for a character of such low level. But of course, I'm designed for that. I've got fortune armor. I've got a maxed out thieves codex. This character is designed to do absolutely nothing but pilfer the most amount of money that you can pilfer. And that's all he can do. He can do literally not anything else. Especially in a dungeon like this. If I were to fight anyone, even just for a second, I would be dead. And I had to get out of the line of sight of his cone attack, or I would have been dead by that too. This guy is going to kill him way faster than I can pickpocket. Repent? What does that mean? The Bible said that repentance is granted by God. And so what do you mean by repent? I assume that if, in your view, repentance isn't something that's granted by God, that must mean you think that repentance means to do something. So what is that something? Right, like what if you don't believe, for example? What if you don't believe that Jesus well, let's do a more common position. Let's say you believe that Jesus was a man. He did live, and he was pretty wise, but you don't believe he was God. He may or may not have died on the cross, but he definitely didn't raise together. You know, he didn't resurrect. That's maybe a misconception. Let's say you believe that. And so how do you go from that to belief that Christ is God, he came in the form of man and died for your sins? How do you change what you believe inwardly? Right? Because surely you don't think that the Bible is telling you to say that you believe whether you actually do or not. That would be lying, right? If you said that you believed inwardly, but you actually did not, that wouldn't be faith. That would be a lie, right? Yeah, and the reason is because there happened to be one vendor spot open right outside of Prevalia. That's the biggest town in the game. And when people are searching vendors, they intentionally look for vendors that are located outside of Prevalia on purpose, because that's where everyone hangs out when they're hanging out in a town. Like, that's the town. Except for people who want some alone time. They want some free space to roam around town without, with less thieves and less people around. Then you go to one of the other towns. But for the most part, people are hanging out in Prevalia. And I happened to find a vendor spot right outside the front door. And so now everything that I drop there that's worth anything is going to get sold within the hour, probably. I just got very, very, very lucky. One spot out of like 100 spots was open. I got it for $17K a week. I've already made maybe $180K off of that vendor so far in a day. Just from stuff that I've pilfered off of these guys. Man, I'm telling you, the PvM Rogue class is a moneymaker. The PvP Rogue class might be fun, but I don't like stealing from other players' bags. It makes me uncomfortable. I don't like it. Not you can't believe in him. You don't. You don't believe in him. It's not like can or can't. Like you just believe what you believe. You can't change what you believe. No one can change what they believe about anything. Now, you can hear information that changes what you believe, but that's hidden in that secret, or it's hidden in that sentence. What changed your belief? It wasn't you. It was the information that changed your belief. You didn't decide you didn't decide what the information would be. You didn't decide how you would receive the information. You simply received information that changed your belief. You didn't change your belief. You can't change it back. Well, some people hear the gospel and it changes their belief. Some people hear the gospel and it doesn't change their belief. They still continue to believe that monkeys ate too many psychedelic mushrooms and then became human one day, or something like that. What makes the difference? Whatever makes the difference is the point you can boast on. God made the difference for me. I can boast in the power of God. I can boast how powerful God is to resurrect me from spiritual death. Wow, what a powerful God. I was dead, now I'm alive. Only God could do such a thing. However, if it's your own ability to interpret sentences, then that's the point you can boast on. I interpret sentences better than Bill. So Bill is unsaved and will forever remain unsaved because of his lack of ability to interpret spiritual sentences. Right? Or, take it more broad than that. His lack of an ability to see that Islam is logically incoherent. because I can see their logic, and I wasn't fooled by his long-winded approach to me, I am saved, and Bill is not. That's the point you can boast on. But the Bible says that faith is a gift from God, not of works, so that no man can boast. Do you believe in preaching the gospel to non-believers? The gospel is the power of God for salvation. That's the thing that God uses to bring someone faith. The very message of the gospel itself is living and active. The word of God would not return to him void, but it will fulfill the purpose for which it was sent. How will they call on someone? It's Romans chapter 10. How will they call on someone in who they do not believe? Right? They're not going to call on someone they don't believe in. How will they believe unless someone is sent? So someone has to be sent with the gospel, right, for someone to believe the gospel, or else there's no gospel in the air for them to believe, right, or not to believe. But it's not them who decides whether or not they believe it. It's not them who decided whether or not you would come to them with the gospel that day, right? It was not them who decided in what way that gospel would affect them, whether it would soften their heart and lead them to salvation, or whether it would smell like death to them and foolishness. We are to one the aroma of life leading to life, and to the other the aroma of death leading to death. Who decides what the nose perceives in the gospel? You just smell a smell. That's either a pleasant smell or it's a putrid smell. You don't decide. You just smell it and react. Well, no, it's the Father who, it's Christ who literally saves them, right? So the Father, it's Romans chapter 8 is a perfect, the Father foreknew them, right? Who he foreknew, these he also justified. Those who foreknew, these he also predestined to be conformed to the image of his Son, that he might be the firstborn among many brethren. These he predestined, or those he predestined, these he also called. Those he called, these he also justified. Those he justified, these he also glorified. God did all these things to the person who is saved. God foreknew, predestined, called, justified, and glorified. Past tense. These people. Now, of course, not all of the people written in the book of life have yet to experience the entirety of that life, or even any of it yet, right? There are people who are written in the book of life who are yet to even be born the first time, much less a second time. We've got two realities we're dealing with here. We've got the eternal plane in which God resides outside of time, and we've got this little bubble of time which God designed, which is really only keeping track of movement in 3 dimensions, Right. It's really all time really is. And keeping track of changes in 3 dimensions. Nothing else. 3-dimensional objects are changing at a measurable pattern. We measured it. Period. That's all time even is. Right? The ultimately universal measurement of time is light speed, which is a constant, relatively speaking, that is. But, Earth, planet or Earth, here we use the rotation of this Earth around the sun as our primary measurement. But do you see what I mean? We're just measuring movement in 3 dimensions, and then based on that measurement, we're saying that time has passed according to that interval. That doesn't change the fact that we have to experience it that way, though. No way around it. Even if you understand it, right? Still got to experience it. $326K in the bank. Let's go see if those other things sold. Not yet, that's okay. It's going to take those longer to sell. Those aren't incredibly needed items as much as those other aspect cores are. A lot of aspect cores will just all be gone within 20 minutes as soon as you post them. Especially if you undercut the market just by a couple thousand. If you're not afraid to lose a little bit of money, you can sell it really fast. Trying to make the most of this dungeon right now because I know it really well now because I've been here for a week while it was the gold bonus dungeon. But tomorrow, actually later today even, it's going to be a different dungeon and I'm probably not going to know it. We're going to have to start learning a new dungeon so I can make a lot of gold here while I still know the dungeon so well. It would just take it out of my bank. At least I think it would. But yeah, that would be terrible to lose that spot. Such a good spot. It's crazy. So lucky to get that spot. Getting that spot even means that I could change directions and already start some like harvesting / crafting money making because I got that stall so close. I could sell iron ingots and make a killing. I might start doing some mining. I might start working on a harvesting character. Fishing is my favorite harvesting skill. It's just so relaxing. Probably already stole from this guy on my first. Yeah, I did. Yeah, we've been doing this for a few hours, guys. I need to go do some other stuff. I'm going to work on that production video. That's going to be the next thing I come out with. It's almost done. Response to Leighton Flowers on his JMac video. That's coming out in the next couple days. Alright guys, I'm going to get off here. See you later.